Hi everyone, good morning. No, I was speaking. Oops. I was just saying that MARA had some flips right here. It's not really following along the underlying. Intel stuck in inside ranges, so might only break to maybe this area here, 35, but then has better odds after the third. Crypto got the full move. Still doesn't really clear till it gets past here. NQ just hit our 24,920. What else? ES had some odds here after 11. And chart got so messy, I'm going to have to clean this up again. Overnight range breaks were perfect for weekly support around that 8179. Since this is breaking off a core range, usually core areas around 51 to 59 points. So this is technically a core break here off this 6735, 36, 37 area. And from there is where they could maybe push like a 64 to 66 point range is what I was thinking. Around 46, 44, and then a full range break of like 68 points would be right to 48. So top of the channel there. This is if they were to give us like the full range break. Usually around the 75 to 76 point ratios or core moves, that's how we could get the 6750s. Do you see what I'm saying, guys? Because it's moving off a core area, so usually you can get core breaks. Those are usually the increments that you move when you move core ranges, like 25, 50, 75 points. If they give us the full range of like 88 points, that's how we could get 67, 68. I don't think they're going to do that today, but it's just something worth noting. And then off the opening ranges, which I think today they had a neutral open, if I'm not mistaken, at 6706 again, which is what caused that morning volatility. We're currently stalling around 32 points. Okay, so where's that opening range? Here. First morning break was really clean though. 6, 7, right here. So yeah, we're stalling about 32 points here. So yeah, there's lots of overhead around these ranges here. Obviously once we get a 30. So the 34 point break is that 4-1 area that we talked about yesterday. That would also be a really good alignment with like the 61, 62 point breaks. From where they actually closed the session yesterday, which was a really good close. So we're setting up to basically bullish engulf, guys, today, okay? It's an outside bar potential day, meaning I'm pretty certain we'll take out yesterday's highs. And from closing ranges from yesterday, we've only moved 13 points here, okay? So opening closing ranges, we're only just hitting 12, 13 points here. Do you see this? Okay, these are the ranges right here. Hence, there's a lot of overhead in this range right here. So once we can kind of get past this little wall, that's where we could start extending, and that should align with getting back to this 4-1 retest. I just want to show you guys, hold on, like around 4-1, 4-2, and then you can see from like the lows. Okay, like this range in here. Also off real-time open, which is right here, and that's also aligned with like weekly range. Do you see what I'm saying? There's a lot of confluence around these spots, guys, especially from like weekly close, weekly open. Do you see this? Those are the 44 point metrics here. I just want to show you guys just how heavy this area is right here, okay? Okay, there we go. Do you guys see that? So lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of confluence around like the 67, 4-1, 4-2, 4-3 area. That's pretty much the range that we'd be required to break to give us like some odds of extending. If and when they do that, that's how we can get those wider outside bars. Like a 22 point break here would take out this high. These should be aligned with the top of the channel, around 4.7, 4.8, which is the same thing as us getting a 66. Do you see it? To 68 point break. So 22 point break off open closing ranges is the same thing as us getting a 66 6 to 68 point break. Okay? Do you see the confluence here? And then these would be like the 38, 39 point intervals from like these opening and closing ranges, like the 6707, 6708 from today's opening range, closer to like here. If we were to break like a 44 point metric, it'd be around 6750. Do you see it? So, and that would be the same thing as us getting some core breaks of like 70, 71, 72, 73 points. The only way that we could retest highs is if they gave us the full 76 point break off these lows, which when you're trading with core areas, it's pretty probable. So we definitely have a shot at like the 67.41 to 48 range today, and we potentially could even get to those 50s. Kind of just depends on how early they bring us to the 4144 area. Okay, obviously if they get us there before mid-session, then odds become a lot higher. MARA backtesting, that's 1860, 1857, 55 area. This is a pretty big spot. I don't have the 5-7 marked on this template, so I'm just going to mark it here. Yeah, it does. This one though was moving ahead of crypto the day before. Like back in here, it was moving a lot cleaner than crypto was, but today it's not really following along as much. But we already hit like big spots on it though. We were looking at that 1932 area this morning. Still could definitely get to 1952. It just probably has to hold this area here. And then Intel kind of stalling the line here. Like I said, this one's still stuck on multiple inside bars, so just be mindful of that. I'm just gonna shut the screen off for a second, guys. Hold on. Can someone document that 1156 to 58 period? This is kind of the earliest odds of, or I guess the highest odds of trying to clear this 440, 41. What are those exact ranges that we talked about here? I should have probably marked them. Oops. Seven five. Already have these. These would also align to being the same as the ranges off of weekly open, because we pretty much opened close to where that spot started too, like around 670, 6. We had started 669,675, 669,675. I just want to mark this so I don't forget. Hold on. 4175 is 4175. That's off weekly OR, guys. So there's going to be a lot of confluence around that 41 to 40.75 mark, okay? You'll have better clearance breaks, I would say, likely off of that 6708, because that would be like the 33-point break to 34-point break, which is that 42.50. Okay, so lots of overhead around that 40 to 42 mark. 42.50 would be. Okay, so everyone's well aware of the confluence around this area here, because this is going to be a pretty important spot. I would say that this is probably the most ideal point to at least try tagging those ranges by. I'm just gonna mute myself, okay? XOM is probably worth watching down here off that one 1171. That's kind of the second back test here and hold. Oil was a little bit oversold this morning, but going positive now, so might be something just maybe worth watching here on crude. Intel's getting some structure breaks, guys. Was I muted the whole time? We're breaking range here at the 50% time intervals. That's an early break of these calculated ranges. It's 50% of the time range here. And these are extremely calculated spots, which means, well, guys, if I'm moving back and forth a bunch, I'm probably talking. So next time, please say something. Especially at a calculated point here. So these were the 50% time intervals. And the earliest odds of tagging these ranges. This puts us at a much better probability of getting those 50s today. We do have odds of getting the 60s and 70s, but let's just focus more right now on tagging this channel here, because what could we potentially do in the channel? MARA also held nicely off this range down here. I don't know if you guys also heard me talk about maybe watching crude down here too. Maybe some positioning for like late week. Crude could be a really nice move here, actually, off these lows. Digest, yeah. So that's one thing that I am being a little bit cautious about, because they could easily digest that area. Intel got some really nice structure breaks. And like I said, Intel is still stuck in an inside range, but it still has some decent odds where it can get to, at the very least, like try retagging this area here, because it still did make like a nice 3-bar structure. I just didn't really like that it was kind of stuck in an inside range. So I would say that the first major inside break to make is above 34.52. So if it starts breaking this area here and with volume, it's actually going to give us some odds of maybe breaking those inside ranges, okay? If they break those inside ranges, we have odds of getting to 36. I think it was 36 area. What was the next spot we were targeting on Intel? Yeah, 35.95, 35.93, 36.01, this area here. This is the only time frame that could keep us stuck for a little bit longer. You can kind of see that 8-day doesn't flip till the 9th. So, but then the one structure that could keep this moving is this 10-day, because this 10-day is a continuation structure all the way through the 7th. It's just more of like the 2-day, 3-day that could keep it stuck till the 3rd. So let's see what kind of range breaks we get here off that 34.52, because that's the 2-day inside potential break. Okay, I'm just going to set some alerts here. 35.05, 30, it's 34.70, 34.74. These are our annual spots. ES getting some nice range breaks here. NQ finally getting that snap stick, right? Look at that. That's directly through 24.920 to that 24.928 spot. That's a perfect, perfect, perfect stick break on NQ. That's the exact kind of range you want to see. And some really good continuation here on ES. Remember what we said, there's a lot of confluence around. If we break this range in here, there's not really much overhead until this 4.7 to 4.8 area. I think 4.725 was, I don't remember if that was, hold on, I have it in the chat. I think that area was the 4.7. I think those are the 22-point ranges off the opening spots. And then 44 points or so off today's OR. And that 67.08. I didn't mark them, but those are still big areas there. Okay. So if they sweep the channel, especially during this period here, okay, what would our odds be? If they sweep the channel here before noon, and let's say maybe even as early as like, let's see what the 75% time interval would be here. Half of like the 28 to 30 minutes would be like maybe around here, like 11:43, 44. So if they end up breaking by the 75% time interval here, let's say. Okay. Half of the 25, so like 12 and a half. Yeah, they should be around this mark right here. Like around this point here. Let's say by 11, 43, 44, 45, this area here, okay? What would our odds be? Yeah, probably pretty high that we can retest, I would say at least that 5.6 to 5.8 area. Okay, let me go back to my screen. But then are we at risk of volatility again if we're not digesting the channel? Because we didn't do it last night. Yes, so we're back at risk again, but sometimes that's just how it goes. Calls are up pretty nicely. Let's see what kind of range breaks we can get here. A channel sweep is what will give us the highest odds of a 5.8 to 6.4 retest, guys. We actually have some odds today of 6.8 and 7.1, but I don't want to get too carried away. But it is the start of a new quarter and the start of a new month. So, I mean, those could definitely help our odds a little bit. Intel getting that retest of that 34.52. Gonna put 5.5 on there. Maybe let's mark these for Apple here too, just in case. Where did they stall so far? 4.5. So off today's opening range, which is around here. They've already broken. This is the 38-point break. Yeah, so these would be the 40. The top of the channel is basically 44 points off today's open, okay? The thing too is like today's open also, it already gives you odds of breaking like the top of the channel. Does that make sense, guys? Like a 44-point break off there is already giving us an odd of breaking 5.1 and getting to the mean. So we've got some, and like these were the 34-point breaks here, guys. Like these, look, these were the 33, 34-point breaks at these points in time. So usually when you get that kind of price action, you can almost always imply that you could get like 66, 64-point breaks, which would take us to 7.1, 7.2. I just don't want to get too carried away, but we'll see what they do this afternoon. I think if they can bring this to 5.8 and 6.4 by mid-session, I don't see why they can't get us to 6.8, 7.1, 7.5. Do you guys agree? Especially if they don't digest the channel. So no channel digestion equates to high odds of core areas triggering. We're also moving off core lows, okay? Core lows, the 67, 6670s, 6680s could get you breaks to 6770s, 6780s. So, and they are within our weekly ranges too, so it's not like it's anything that's like out of the ordinary or something like that. Like these would be within our weekly ranges anyway. So, because coming back here would be, that's a 40-point break, right? This is a 66, 68-point break. Off these lows now, that would be like the potential 88-point move here if they did something like that. These are the mids. These are the 75% time intervals here. So let's see what they do. If we can test the 4.7 to 4.8 area, I think during this period here, then we're going to have some pretty good odds of tagging those 60s today. I'm just going to mark the 5-1 spot because this is 44 points off open. Crypto getting super close to tagging that 117.785. If any of you guys were following along the last 2 weeks, especially the last week, the trade idea for Bitcoin was if this thing held that 108 area last week and then retraced back to that 112, this can give this a 6K move. And look at that. That's the nicest flag I've seen. And look at where it held, right off that 113.982, the 114K, directly to that 117.786. So this is a very, very, very big spot for Bitcoin. This could easily take it back to all-time highs. Okay? And it typically moves, I think we said, in like 9-day intervals or something like that. Like, it was like 9 or 10 days. I don't remember exactly, but like maybe it could retest by as early as like October 6th. We could maybe watch for off those structural breaks. Like right here. Okay. Off a 10-day range, maybe like the 5th. So definitely something worth watching. I don't know where my secondary levels got deleted on Bitcoin, but like I should have the secondary spots on here, but I don't know why they got deleted. I have to put them back on here. I think it's close to that 120K mark. You guys know what I'm talking about, right? Like that, remember how I had like that channel area up here? Like, I don't know if I have another template, but I had like that 119 to 120K area. I don't know what happened to it. I'm gonna have to remeasure these. Yes, getting those breaks right on time here. These are some calculated points. 4725 was the minimum range for this point in time. Basically looking to see if the 75% time intervals here get some nice structure breaks. They did tag 4-7, right? Yeah, they did. Okay. They did tag that 4-7 spot, guys. So this is setting up to basically clear the channel by this point here. NQ also clearing really nicely above these spots. NQ, we were looking to see if it gets these structure breaks. I think I'm gonna have to remeasure this, but I'm pretty sure it's close to that 24,953, but I'll have to go back and double check that. Did you guys see the structure break here on Intel? As soon as it broke that 3452, directly to the 3460 to 65 range. 6566 is huge on Intel, if anyone took that one. Apple trying here. See if Apple can get those retests of 256 by that point in time. Okay, let me readjust these. Does anyone have the crypto levels, like the around the 123 mark? Do you guys have it in the chat? Because I'm not really sure what happened to our template, but it's definitely off these ranges here. What is it? 117.785, 117.7. Okay, this is close enough. We're off by like 20 points. Hold on. 117.785. So the calculated area would be around here, like 820, 123, 820. Hold on. 123, 820. No, it would be a little bit more than that. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not sure what happened to that template. It's so weird. usually moves in like 43, right? So I think this is one of the levels that we should have marked. What do you have in there? Thank you. Yeah, what happened to that? Like, what happened to my spots on there? I did have 829 on there, right? 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 6. Thank you so much for sending that. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 6. 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 6. Okay, and then we had 1, 2, 3, 1, 7, 9. Oh, you don't have the levels on top of that, right? Those red spots. I'm gonna have to try finding this template. I don't remember what template it was, but this was a second one that I had. Okay, that's okay. But it's that above this 117, half that range is around that 120 area, right? Like 119,892. 119,892. So maybe this time it just clears it. 118,892. Or not 118, 119. 119. It's basically the 120K mark, but 119,907. Okay, and then obviously 120K, which you can mark if you want. 120,043. You guys can mark these on there if you want. These are extremely calculated price points. 122,366. 122,366. Okay. And we nailed these to the penny because I had calculated these before this ever hit. Okay, these were really, really accurate price points. And this is the area that we stalled. And I think we said if it comes back and breaks these ranges, I think it's around the 126 mark, right? Like 126K or something. I'm just gonna mark them on here. Because that would be basically, guys, us breaking 117,857, are you guys listening? Gives us high odds of retesting all-time highs, and that could give us a nice clean break to 126K. It's basically the same exact thing that we had set before, just again for crypto, and that's what could get us to that 128 to 129, 130K mark. So these, I think the fibs that I have on here should align with that 129, 300, 129. Like, it should be a very close alignment here. Do you see that? Like around this area here, guys? This range in here. And it's basically moving off like 0.7 intervals. I think the 2 is like where it held. So if you look here, probably close to this down range right here, this is probably holding off the 2.25 and the break off 100. That's probably the 113K. Yeah, it is. This area right here. And right now it's probably testing 2.5. Let's see. 2.5 is going to be around 121K. 2. Okay, I think we have that intact now for the ranges we're looking for if we get these structure breaks. MARA getting that nice clean break back over that 1888. Intel stalled 3465. That's a big spot for Intel. I'm just gonna put this on here. What do you guys think? You think ES can clear the top of the channel by this point in time? Let's do a poll. Channel clearance. So this would be a channel sweep by 11:56, 11:58, basically ahead of noon, okay? Do you guys know what the top of the channel is for those that are new here? What's the top of the channel? These are the 222. Yeah, that's what I thought. These are the 222, 224 breaks, guys, on NQ. Which is the equivalent of 33, 34 point ratios, okay? So this is basically breaking 34 point ratios here off these calculated spots, which it did a pretty good job of holding prior, but obviously got these range breaks here. Off lows, we'd be looking for 286 points is the 44 point ratio. So this break right here is basically the, this is basically the 44 point break. If we measure off of this calculated range, it's a little bit closer to like this area here. That's why I was saying earlier, I think the range is closer to like, oh, maybe I was a little bit off. I thought it was closer to 5. Actually, no, because it's 8.6. Yeah, closer to like that 5.9, 5.8. I thought it was closer to like 5.7, 5.6. Yeah, close to here. This would be the equivalent of breaking 44 points here, okay? Which is what ES is doing here. So just so you guys are aware. Kind of like this range in here on NQ. What did you guys vote for? No? Well, unless they get like give us like a single stick break, it looks like they're stalling the channel. But I did want to see if they at least test like 4.725 again, you know what I mean? Or like 4.8 during this period. Because it'll give us a pretty good idea of what they're going to do for mid-session around 12:30, 1 o'clock, right? Because if they end up digesting, it's not the worst thing. It's still healthy for price action, but you know what I'm saying. So they're still above 4.2, 4.4, but beneath 4.7, 4.8. We're also going to pay really close attention this afternoon around 157, 158, 210, 212, 228, 230. These are late day calculated points. Tesla's getting those stick breaks here though, off noon. Apple trying to get back over 256. I'd say at the very least it'd probably want to get back at least above probably the failed structure breaks right here, which is like here on Apple. Who was asking about Apple earlier? Yeah, so I don't think it was a dead trade, but it definitely had to hold this area here. Try getting back over that 256. It's not going to progress though until you at least get over this 256.62 and 257.20. 2-minute delayed for which? No. This is a calculated time. So it's more so to see what kind of price point we're at, because it's supposed to give us an idea of the kind of price action we could get. It's not a time for a range. This is a calculated period. So it's supposed to help you understand potential PAs. So the way I interpreted this period is it was above 4.1, 4.2, and 4.4, but beneath 4.7, 4.8. So maybe they could consolidate, but above mid channel. Does that make sense? So probably not for long. And it was still above, if you pay attention, it was still, how do I explain this? It was still above weekly highs. Does that make sense? Which gives you an odd of making a new, or retesting last week's weekly high. Do you know what I'm saying? No, every day is different. But yeah, this is just more to understand. So I would still say that this was still a good range for that period here. So it was still above weekly highs, okay? And above these calculated ranges, but Intel getting a bit of a breakdown after stalling that 3.465 spot. Have any of you guys been watching Oracle since we last traded it? Or did you guys just stop? So Oracle's having a really good day today too. Like on this reversal back up. I thought that the NQ range was closer to 5.3, but I still want to watch the 5.3 mark. And crypto's still stalling. Crypto's not going to get really big breaks until it gets past this mark here. Apple got a really nice range break post 12 o'clock. You could set some alerts, like I said, on Apple around that 256.53 area. Maybe I'll just set it around 5.5. Anyway, I don't know if anyone took Apple, but this getting a closing stick above this gave this a really good odd of saving the range and basically holding down here, okay? 25722 close. And a break above that 2.2 spot basically helped it sustain these lows and basically sustain above opening range. Does that make sense? And not come back basically beneath this area here. But you definitely have to take out this spot with strength, I would say. And they also did take out that 258.20, so. Okay. direction sticks here. Mid-session is usually around this point in time here, so this is more of a calculated period. Mid-session is usually around like that 12:24, 12:36. This period in here. 12:44. This is mid-session, so if we clear the channel by mid-session, then I think we definitely have good odds of retesting the highs. Specifically if they don't stall too long here, okay? Oh, I didn't see that one. There's a lot moving today. Unfortunately, I can't trade every single one of them. But there's a lot moving. LLY, healthcare sector was moving nicely today too. Same with Pfizer, MRK. I saw Visa move nicely this morning too. Same with MU. These ones had some nice moves. MU had a really nice move. And didn't we say that Visa could get those nice range breaks? This was one to watch for a potential swing trade. I would still maybe keep it on radar. And then the healthcare names also getting some really big moves here into Q3. They all had really nice structure breaks. So yeah, lots of really nice plays today. Apple getting that move here. So we're gonna see maybe if Apple can get back to here by its mid-session. NVIDIA had a really nice move yesterday. It's not moving as nicely today, but still setting up for that 196 break on that one. AMD was kind of the slower mover. It hasn't really moved much. Maybe keep AMD on watch though. There's that break on crypto. With volume too, guys. 117,800 getting that structure break here. And that should get some of these others a nice move. Let's look at coin. Because I think coin is just hovering highs. Yeah, it is. JD also finally got that move today. Google also had some nice structure breaks today. Google was kind of lagging a lot the past few weeks, but this one engulfed today, and I think Google could be like a nice 2-day potential engulfing setup by Friday, so maybe one just worth keeping on watch because it is pretty oversold. And they had news this morning too. Well, Google has news like every single day. But yeah. And then, like I said, we could maybe watch oil for some reversals back. It kind of stalled last week. And I mean, Meta might be worth keeping an eye on too. If Google moves, I would imagine that Meta would move with it. Same with Amazon. Amazon actually held really nicely off that 218 mark today, guys. Like these structural support ranges here on Amazon. Obviously isn't moving as nicely as the semis, but still a really nice structure break on this. Could get it back to these ranges in here. You see that? Nice. Apple, we're still looking for the 261, 262 range. I still think this one has extremely high odds of getting there. Well, when the market's moving, it makes things a lot easier too. Tesla stalled a bit there. MARE stalling off 19. It's kind of the wall. This one typically gets better breaks once it kind of gets over that 1905, 1912 range. Yeah, I think so. That was the plan, wasn't it? That Apple could get to... isn't this one flagging off the weekly? This one has like... I think we also said it was moving off this, right? Even the 10-day, 11-day, I think was one of the nicer ones. This flips over tomorrow on Apple, and that runs until the 17th, so... No, I think it could hit it. I definitely think it could hit it this week. Because it has some pretty nice structural setups. And I'm pretty sure when we looked at it, we said that all it actually has to break is this 257 area. Like, I know the chart got super messy because we've been trading it a lot. Once it breaks this range in here, I'm pretty sure that's all it needs to actually get the full break. Even looking at this, though, you can see, like, this is probably breaking off, like, a four-day flag or something. I think this was it. It was the 4-day. That kind of kept it stuck and now broke range, so... Yeah, by Friday. If they fail by Friday, then there's some extensions through the 6th, but it definitely has some odds of getting there as early as this week. If you want to buy next week's expiration too, that might be a little bit better. But it'll depend on where it closes today, because today's the first day that it finally broke this 257.20 spot. Do you guys see how ES is just consolidating above the mid channel here? So above 4.1, 4.2, 4.3. Well, there's just so many different trades. It's kind of hard to keep up. This would be the best structural hold for Intel in terms of retesting that 3452 and 3465 spot if it can hold off that 3425, 26. What do you guys think? You think ES can try breaking by its mid session points here around like 1224, 1230? Or you think it's going to digest all the way through until 2? Because there is some odds that it could do that. I think those odds are kind of low considering the calculated point here was above 4344. Tesla getting that break. Good morning. I forgot how early it is still. Oops. Oh. Well, we haven't even broken that 247.50 spot yet, so that's a pretty big overhead. Oh, that's okay. These were definitely some good entries. I entered in like this range in here. I did do an ES long overnight. I did a second entry though, guys, off that 67.32 spot. Yep, mirror. Kind of stuck in like double inside bars. Probably won't really have odds on this till next week sometime. Even the monthly's stuck still so far. 2 month doesn't look bad though. If you get some nice structure breaks, I would say buy as early as like the 3rd, because that's the earliest point that it could try breaking or retesting, but the 2 month on it's nice. 3 months breaking out of a 1, 2, 3. Third bar has to essentially take out range before end of year in order for this to have continuation, otherwise that's stuck. Most of these frames look like it's stuck on the year. 4 month is the only one that still has odds for continuation. But this seems like, yeah, you're better off maybe buying like further dated. I've never traded that one though, so I'm not sure how it trades. Some stalls here on both ES and NQ. This is actually healthier for price action if they do digest the channel. I would say though, it's probably still better that they digest the mid channel, which is like above 3.6, 3.7, maybe like closer to like these ranges in here. But at the same time, still try to test the 4.750, 4.8 area. Yeah, we're in the channel, so I'm not really expecting much. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, these are digestive areas. These are also 34, 44 point ranges, so we've hit quite a lot of range. Of course they would do this in real time though versus just having done it overnight. I wonder. This one was a swing trade, if you guys remember, for like a very long dated that we talked about, I think back in like Q1 or Q2 on ABBV. MRK is actually setting up pretty nicely from the bottom range down here, especially into like flu season. This might not be a bad one to look at, maybe leaps or something for. Well, these were the first targets, so technically speaking, we could have already hit max range. It's going to be relative to what they do by mid-session. If they give us some structure breaks, then we could get the breaks of like 5.2, 5.7. We had odds of getting core areas today, but I think they're starting to reduce based on us being stuck. Are you in the Discord? What we talked about earlier. Okay, so there's lots of overhead around 4, 6, 7, 8. Do you see it? This area here. So a lot of it honestly depends on us clearing this area and how early we clear it. Because technically speaking, that this is enough for it to be max range, but because it's the first of the month and the first day of the quarter, odds can be higher sometimes to get better range or more structural breaks. That's where we could maybe see, you know, the bigger type moves to like we said. This is breaking off a core area too, right? So core range, usually you get 50-ish points. This is already hitting a 68 point interval here. Do you see that? So that'll be your first move off lows. These are like the 77, 76 point ratios. If they got like a full break, that's where you could get like 8-8. I'm not sure that they'll do that today though, but that would be the core to core move. Do you see it? Like off 80 to 6-8. If we looked at it from like the weekly opening ranges, these are like the 51 point intervals, so kind of like a core move. If they got like a full range break, it'd be closer to like 6-3, 6-2, 6-1. From the 67.08 ranges, they're just stalling like the 39 point ratio, so that's where there's some overhead around 5.1, 5.2, especially off the 67.08, 67.06, and that's going to be a very, very, very big spot for us because we had double 2 real-time opening ranges around the 06 area, remember? Like around here, 0675, even today. So that's why there's a lot of overhead around 5.1, 5.2, 5.3. So I guess even if they were to take out 4.8, the issue is there's also overhead at 5.1, 5.2, 5.3. So it's like they could take it out and then there's another area that it could stall because that's such a big spot. Does that make sense? So that's part of the issue. And then off these 2.4, 2.5 ranges, they basically stall 22 points here. So these should align with like the 5.7, 5.8 comes from that, from a core break. That would be like 5.7, 5.8. That's a 34 point stick. Do you see that? So that's how we can get the 50s. Like basically get back to the means. I feel like they could definitely take it to the means if they don't digest the channel too long. And then these would be like 32, 33 point ratios here. Do you see this? So do you guys want me to mark these just so you have them? These are basically the spots that I think have the most confluence today. I don't think that they'll do core areas today. I feel like they would have had to have broken a lot sooner for that to happen, but it's definitely more confluence around the means if they take out the 4.8 to 4.9 area, okay? But you can see it's between 5.2, 5.8, 6.4, which is off the weekly report. All right, mid-session starting to get some breaks here. You can see that structural hold at 1224. Immediate stick break here. We'll see if they can start getting us some better movement around, maybe closer to, usually it's around 1236 to 41, but we'll see. Tesla got a stick break here too. NQ still beneath that 5.3 mark. So yeah, 5.3 would make sense as being the overhead, because that would be the same thing as ES, like this area here, as ES hitting 4.9, 4.8. So we're going to watch those ranges there. Does that make sense, M-Dog? So a lot of it's going to be relative to just how much range we hit during mid-session. So like at a minimum, you definitely want to hit at least this 4.7, 4.8 area, right? From today's opening range, if we were to test around here, that's the 44 point break at 55.1. Do you see that? These are like 58 point movements. This is how we could get core, but because if you look at this, like these are the core areas, these are the expansion scenarios. 7.2, okay, these are off today's open, but also we had multiple opening ranges off the 67.06, 08 this week, right? So all of those are linked with these 70s. And it would be the same thing as like, I guess a 66 point break off real-time lows. So right now we're basically stalling 44 points off lows, okay? Which is the top of the channel at 4.9. Off real-time lows, not lows, like real-time lows. Off the actual overnight lows, we've already broken 66 points. Do you see it? We just haven't broken 68 points yet. So 68 point break off overnight lows is the 4.8 spot. Do you see the confluence there? I would write that down. So 68 points off overnight lows is 6.748. Off real-time lows, you're basically stalling 44 points at 6.749. So 6.74925 is 44 points off real-time lows, aka top of channel. Do you see what I'm saying? Off the session close, session open, you just stalled 22 points. Okay? Off that 2.4 or 2.5 area. So obviously when you break 22 point metric from there, then you'll start having odds of 33, 34 points, okay? And that's where you could get the 50s. So, yeah, I don't know. I feel like they definitely have really good odds of at least getting us like 5.7. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, at the very least. We said we're going to watch Apple for the mid-session breaks here. So that would be starting, is it 12:30 yet, guys? Yeah, it is. That'd be starting around now. Thanks, Booth. Okay, NQ getting those tests here now too. So we could probably watch the 363841 mark for NQ. This is mid-session here. Oops. These would also be the equivalent of breaking 44 points for NQ. So what do you guys think? Where do you think we're going to cap today's range for the session? Really? 5-2? You think that they're going to just digest the channel this afternoon? I'd say that those odds would only be high if they don't break 4849 during this time period and they keep us stuck beneath there and digest all the way through till 2. Then they might start limiting range, right? But I would say if they test the 54849 area during this time, 5-2 is pretty low. Because there's a lot of confluence around 5-7, 5-8 today. We even have confluence around 6-1 to 6-3. So you also have to remember that this is moving off a core break and a core close, right? So we had a core low, core close, okay? Core open, core session. These are session lows, session open, session close, okay? So your session high could be what? What could your session high be? All I'm saying is don't be surprised if we get 67.66 or 67.68 or 67.71 today. If they give us and break new highs, it would make sense because that would be a core-to-core break, especially to start the quarter. But those conditions would have to be that we'd have to get out of the channel before mid-session. Otherwise, they could digest in here a lot. Okay? But for now, we definitely want to aim for like the 5-2 to 5-8 for sure. I just don't like underestimating too if the odds are there. Do you know what I'm saying? Tesla's contracts are starting to get really juiced up. Premiums are super high. No problem. Tesla's getting a nice cleared break off that 456. Probably a little bit better odds this time after holding the line here. Basically watching to see what they do by these mid-session breaks. Tesla, or not Tesla, Apple also holding off that 256.07, I think, to the exact penny. Yes. And right at that 1236 mark. So maybe see if it gets at least a retest of the 5.3 area here. NQ testing that 24.95275953 mark at the midpoint here. Well, if NQ got full range, we'd be looking at like either 286 off open or 429 to 442 off lows. So off opening range, where did NQ open today? 24,763. Maybe like 25,048. Specifically, if I can hold this 286.50 range here, okay? This is a pretty important structural hold. This is basically holding 33, 34 points off lows, okay? That's what this is equivalent to. Like this 286.50. You guys listening? Oops. This, that's the same thing as holding like 34 points, so, or 44 points, sorry. So 429, and it looks like it held it pretty nicely too. Do you see this structure break here? Like that's definitely a calculated spot right here, around this area here. You can mark it on your chart if you want. But this is also a very calculated overhead here too, so, because I measured that, this area here, do you see it, off my actual fib for the zone? That's this range right here, like 24,930. And then off my actual calculated areas, there's overhead right here. This is why the spot is pretty big for them to break. Because if we get that full structure break, a lot of it points to like 25,000 basically. Okay, if we had a full range break, like the expansion scenario, that's where we could get like 25, 55, 25, 63. Let me just mark these though, because I didn't have them marked. And off real-time lows, it makes sense too. There's a lot of confluence basically around this area here. And then off today's opening range, which we said was 24,763. Kind of the same thing as ES. This is a big wall here. Like ES has a big wall at 4,849. NQ has a pretty big wall at 5,357. Tesla got a really nice stick break, guys, for these mid sessions. Right at 1239, 1241 too. This is where the mid session started here. See where they can break, if they can maybe get a new high of day by like 1248, 1250, basically ahead of 1 o'clock. Did anyone try the Tesla trade off the support there? I know that the premiums are pretty high. but it was setting up pretty nicely. Apple stalling, but still testing 256.62 here off that 1241 mark. Maybe look for the... Do we have any catalyst, guys, at 1 p.m. today? Yeah, and that too. Like, that would make a pretty big wall for ES and SPX. I think this is also the 666 on SPY, isn't it? Like this area here, yeah. They did break that earlier too. Nothing? Okay. See how this one stalled at 34.65? That seemed pretty likely since it's stuck in inside range. Because if it knows that maybe the max it could do is 34.74 or 35, then I highly doubt it was going to have continuation there, especially that early in the session. I would still maybe look to see, though, if Intel can get back to this area here by, like, maybe the 130 window, like between here. MARA, I want to see if this can get back over that 1905 mark by 1. Especially like during these mid-session breaks. They basically already had like... like a low range. Do you guys see this? Kind of like a low to low ratio. They've got some odds to try turning things around during this window here. Okay. Do you see that? Maybe a little bit less, but you get the idea. I'm gonna use the washroom, guys. I'll be back in a few minutes. So far, they're doing a pretty good job of holding above the mid-channel, though. No breaks back beneath 3736. Even though they haven't broken above 47 yet, but at least they're still holding the line here. basically above our calculated point off that 11/28/29 period. So far this is looking like it wants to, and that's exactly how I interpreted this period, guys, based on that calculated time. Remember back here I said I would imagine that they're probably going to digest mid to upper channel during these points in time here. That made the most sense based on the kind of price action I saw at the 56.78 mark. So this is still constructive price action though. It's not bad. Crypto hit 118K. So we had some more calculated periods around the 210, 209, 212, 158, 157, 228, 230 period. This is if they really, really, really wanted to delay us, guys. I still think the odds for mid-session though are not bad. We'll see what they do between 1248, 1250. We're gonna watch 1254 and the 1 o'clock period. We don't have any auctions this afternoon. I didn't mark the 130 to 136 period in here, but this would be like the secondary mid point for the session around that point in time. Apple getting some structure breaks here. See if they can get some retests ahead of 1 o'clock. Tesla kind of stalled and then reversed back. All right, let's take a look at MARA because this one had some odds right here. Calculated time for 1248 here on MARA on that 1905 break, 1902 retest. Basically wanted to see if it held off above 1857, 1858. This had some pretty good odds of getting a retracement back to at least 1932. I was looking for 1952 on this one today if they can retest highs this afternoon. Intel trying to come back to that 34.26 before 1. Stall off that 1905 in a mass reduction stick there on this one. Closer to like that 1912, 1908. That would make sense because 1912 is overhead. I might eat something too, especially if they end up stalling for another hour this afternoon. So we still want to see where they end up stalling here ahead of 1 o'clock, because this is what could essentially decide whether or not they want to keep this stuck for another hour this afternoon, because they definitely could, especially in the channel. Like that's a pretty big area for us to stay stuck in all afternoon if they wanted to. In this beige box here, okay? So far that's what this is implying. I do want to see though if they can at least hold above like the 3.7 to 3.8 area here before 1. Ideally. Like the best case scenario would be, okay, they stalled 4.7, okay, digest a little bit, maybe digest a tiny bit lower if they wanted to bring this back up around this point in time, and then ideally get like the better structure breaks closer to just before and just after 2 o'clock. If they're going to keep this stuck, okay, for the duration of the hour or an extra hour. I might end the stream then if that's the case, and then maybe come back after, because this could be like this could even last like an hour and a half, potentially. We'll see where they can take this back to by 1 o'clock. Excuse me. Intel trying, guys, to get that structure break before 1, back over that 34.26 mark. I had some alerts set. I think I deleted them. Excuse me. Thank you. So lots of stalls this afternoon, especially ahead of 1 o'clock. For NQ, it stalled at 24.95275 calculated spot. For ES, it stalled 6747.25. Tesla stalled 450, 823, and 33. MARA stalled 1905. Apple stalled 256, 62. So a few stalls here this afternoon. So it's up to you guys. If you want, I could leave the stream on, but I just won't really say anything, especially if we're going to be stuck for potentially an hour and a half in a channel. Or I could restart the stream later this afternoon. It's up to you guys. If you just want to watch, then I don't really care to have the monitor on. Just let me know what you guys want and I'll accommodate. Okay. We'll see here what they do post one. At least they're holding the 3.8, 3.9 spots, guys. And they're getting some structure breaks back above these calculated spots at 4125, 4175. I did want to see the ranges from like this 1228 period here, since these were calculated, to see if they held. And they did. Do you see that? So that's good. At least they held off those calculated points here. Where's our... It was 5.6 and 5.8 that was calculated too, right? This area here. So that's going to be like the bigger overhead. So they're doing a good job of at least holding the line off those calculated periods of time. Off 3738, 39. I really didn't want them to bring this back beneath 3738 before 1 o'clock. And they're at least retesting 4250 here, so that's good. I guess we'll see if they can get a... What was the weekly high, guys? 43 point something. I guess we can see if they can retest weekly highs at this point in time. Oh, NQ got that stick break, guys, to 24.95725. Ahead of 1 o'clock, too. There's a minute to go before 1. That's really, really, really good for NQ. That's an extremely calculated break here. 24.953.50, 24.957.75. Those are really calculated spots here on NQ this afternoon, especially by 1 o'clock. I didn't think it was going to do it. I thought it was going to stall. And this is ahead of 1 o'clock, so this is really good for structure breaks to get this going to those areas that we discussed earlier this afternoon. I don't know who's trading NQ, but that's a really calculated spot for a calculated time, guys. That's the 44-point break, I'm pretty sure, on that one. Tesla didn't break that 458.22, but it didn't break beneath 456. So I still think that this is somewhat progressive for Tesla. Apple getting that retest here right at 1 o'clock, so it couldn't quite tag it at 1, but it's trying, or before 1, but it's trying here at 1. So maybe still worth noting. Okay. Intel crossing. Intel got the stick breaks though. Do you guys see this? Intel got the exact break of 34.26 ahead of 1 o'clock, and now getting that range break here for 1. So price is progressing a little bit. ES got that 67.44 break before 1. 674425. So that's good. This might keep the window open a little bit for the 1 o'clock periods we talked about here. There's usually odds at 104 when we have auctions, but we don't have auctions this afternoon, right? So let me see. What do we have this afternoon? Nothing. Buybacks at 2. I'm pretty sure we had some numbers in Canada though for this afternoon. Let me just double check. It's something happening here. Yeah, we do. This is my time zone, so 12:15, 11:30, 12:30, 1:30. At 1:30, I don't know if this is gonna make anything, but we do have that for the Bank of Canada. Okay, and we have our council member speaking here at 1:30. And then there is a US Fed speaker at after the close. That governor speaker is speaking at 2:05 p.m. our time. So that's at 1:30 p.m. and 2:05 p.m. Okay, for Canada. I don't know if it'll make a big difference for the States, but it's probably worth at least noting. Okay. Tesla getting those retest here just after 1. Apple, I think, got that stick break here too. Yeah, it did. Apple 256.62 closed at 256.63 for 1 o'clock. That's really good for Apple, if someone wants to write that down. That's giving Apple a pretty good odd for getting back to that 257.20 spot, especially by like probably like 1:30, 1:32. These are the mid odds for the 1 p.m. periods here on ES. These are also the midpoints between our calculated times of day, so like between here and here. So kind of close to like a 67-minute interval, I think. Somewhere around here. These should be the 67, 64-minute intervals. Can someone double check this? Half of 131 is what? 65.5 minutes. So yeah, these are calculated 50% time intervals, guys, if someone wants to write these down. I didn't jot them down earlier, but these are the midpoints of my calculated points in the day today. So I guess we would have odds of retesting during this time period. This is off our 12 or 11:58 and 11:56. If it's off 11:56, this would have been a flip right here. And this would be one right here. Can someone document this, please? 136 by 2, 68 minutes, which would be here. This is these are calculated times of day, guys. These are the 50% time intervals here. Okay, which would avoid us from staying stuck until 2:12, 2:10, 2:09, which we really didn't want to stay stuck until then. We had really good odds of not staying stuck since we held above 3.738. Okay, so these would be the calculated periods. Half of 134 would be 67, right? 67 is now... Is anyone documenting these? These are 50% time intervals here. So this is going to really reduce our odds of staying stuck this afternoon until 2:15. Okay? Is everyone on the same page? I think this would be the cutoff right here, though. I don't think there's... I'm pretty sure when I calculated it, it was this period here. Around here. And then around the 2:28, 2:30 would be 125. Or no, sorry. 75, right? 75 minutes? No. Yeah. 75 minutes. So like between 75 to like 76 minutes. So there's still a window right here. This window is pretty extended, guys. Because these are off the 50% time intervals here. 152, so 76 minutes or so. Right here. This is really good, guys, because this is giving us odds to expand. Hey? Especially since they held 3.7, 3.8. Did any of you guys try re-entering long off like the 3.9 spot? These were good spots for re-long entries. Especially considering they had these calculated points here. I should have looked at this earlier, but I didn't. We were looking at too many individual plays. 154 divided by 2 would be 77. So this 50% expansion period basically runs until here. Okay. We can give or take a few minutes. I feel like it's basically within this time range. 150, so 75 would be right here. 152 would be like right here. So yeah, this is the time period. Okay. Can someone document this? These are some nice SPX trades off this 3.9 hold and 4.849 break. 6750.75 is the calculated range off real-time open. Okay. NQ. I think got these nice structure breaks here. We're missing a spot on NQ, guys. We didn't document it. These are the 222, 221 areas. These are the 33-point ratios, right, for NQ? Hey, these are 33-point ratios, guys, on NQ's opening range. I'm pretty sure 221. So like this area here. Okay. 33-point ratio is like, I think this area here. Because 33 by 6.5 would be 214.5 points. So this is basically stalling a 33.5 point ratio here. Because I think that would be like here. And 221 is 8.4. Okay, let me just mark that down. MARA also coming back down here. These were periods of backtesting lows. Where did they stall? They stalled by 0.25 again. That's exactly what they did back here. There is still a period though, so there's some reduction sticks, but it's ahead of these calculated points. Do you guys see this? Hey? That seems to be the theme though, is like they bring it up, they stall by like 0.25, and then they bring it back down mid-range. So same sort of idea here, like basically 3 to 4 points above or below. Do you see what I'm saying? 3 to 4 points above or below. Do you see that? So this would make sense around here, like holding above 4.445. Yeah, it is, but I mean, these are still really calculated points for this one. Plus, this one tends to move late, so I wouldn't be surprised if it moved like the last hour or two of the day. Our calls were also up 120% off that move, so you kind of just have to take what you can get from that. There's also still like three days left on this one. Tesla getting the range breaks here for 211 or 111, 112. These had some odds of retesting these high ranges here. Just gonna start clearing this. Who's in the Tesla trade? 212 is the flip on Tesla, guys, for a Hive day retest. Or at least to retest this 458.33 mark. Do you guys see what I was saying here? Do you guys understand what I was trying to reference here? Did we have odds to break down right here? Was this fine for us to break down right here? Yes, because we still have time, right? Like the window doesn't reopen till 112, 113, 115. Does that make sense? If we were to break down though, like right here, then I'd be concerned. It's okay. It just had to retest this 5833. I don't know if it did or didn't. Did it? Yeah, it did. Do you guys see what I'm saying? This is pretty important because these are the real-time ranges, so you have to try understanding this. These are the big spots here to test. Don't forget that we had off the 6708. Okay, these are the 44-point ranges here. So 6752, 675250. I forgot to mark them down earlier, but 6752. 6708, 44-point range. So what do you think you'd want to hit at this point in the day here for these 50% intervals? What do you guys think? I didn't measure time on NQ, but I mean, I guess we could maybe watch around the same periods of 115, 117. What do you guys think? Intel getting a nice structure break here. Still watching for that. I'm going to move this down a bit for that 34.52 retest. Come on, you guys. I'll shut off the stream if you guys are not going to at least try participating. What would be ideal to test during this time range here? Because again, they could keep it stuck. Like that, these are 50% time intervals here that are linked with our calculated times of day at 210, 212, 228, and 230. This period here. So we've already met the first condition of breaking and testing 674875, 6749, 2567, 4975. What condition do we have to test at this point in the day at a minimum? Especially between this period here, 115, 16, 17. I would say 17 is the cutoff. Minimum 6750.75, okay? Because that's linked with real time. So we've got 2 minutes here. I think that's the cutoff. I don't think we can stall longer than this period here, okay? If we're able to get back to here, this is going to really increase our odds because this is off 6708, 6708.50 close, okay? But your minimum condition is going to be to test this 6750.75, okay? Real-time ranges triggering here, guys, right on time. This is putting odds in play of getting that 6752 test. That's a perfect stick break. 67, 52, 75 being tested here. These are 44-point ranges off real-time open session, close to start the week. That's why I was saying earlier, I feel like 5.2 is too low. Out of minimum, I think we'd hit like 5.7, 5.8. This is setting up super nicely to give us that stick break of 5758. Do you see that gap opening stick at 117? These are the 50% time intervals here. If they take out 5-4 in a single stick, this is going to really set us up, guys, to expand this afternoon. They're doing the best that they can to not keep this stuck. Core areas could easily be in play today. These are also some really, really good ranges for trading like SPX, let's say. Are you guys seeing how clean they're trading this? NQ kind of right beneath this spot. This is actually right here. So let's see if NQ can get that range break. Off the session, open session close, we had a lot of confluence around, just in case you guys forgot, we had a lot of confluence around 5-6, 5-7, 5-8. That's why I was thinking there's a pretty good odd that they could get this to at least the 5-7, 5-8 area. Okay, so if they can take out 5-7, 5-8, I have no doubt that they'll take out 6, whatever the all-time high is today, like this area here. Okay, those are 34-point ratios from session, open, session, close. This is a core-to-core move here. These are core areas. This is a core area. We have really good odds of triggering 6-8, 7-1, 7-5 today, and they're doing this all ahead of 130. Tesla single stick break here. Okay. These are the bigger overheads, which is all-time highs. And these are directly linked to, so do you see how we have really good odds of continuation because we broke this area here on time? Do you guys understand this concept? This, like these ranges breaking on time, this keeps you in play for duration of the rest of this session here. What's the big overhead that we have now? What's our bigger overhead area? Hey? Right? 5-7, 5-8, these are 34-point ranges off session close. 33 points off session open is 6-7, 5-8, 50. Write these down on your charts. These are the 33, 34-point ratios from session open, session close. I'm gonna jot them here. That's a core open. And who's been around for a while? Like, how many of you guys have been around for a while? You guys know that, like, the 50s used to be my mid-core ranges, right? You guys are aware of that? I used to call these mid-core ranges, so the fact that these are 33 points off that makes total sense to me. Okay. And our all-time high is 5-6 something, right? 5-6, 7-5, and we stalled 5-7-2-5 that time. So those have been big spots for us in general. and they now happen to be aligned with our 33, 34 point ranges here. So very, very, very big spots, guys, for them to hit by our mid-session ranges, especially between the period of like 130, like we talked about, 136. If they hit these areas here before 2 o'clock, we definitely have odds of trying to attempt core ranges today. Okay? This was a really clean SPX trade if you caught that. NQ stalling a little bit here. Intel breaking though. How'd you guys do so far? Good. These are big sessions, so I had marked 5.4 on here just as like a mid overhead. It's like above 5.2 but beneath 5.6. Does that make sense? So usually if they don't want to take something out in a first attempt, and obviously this is an all-time high retest, so it's like obviously a big deal. So if we take out all-time highs, what's the minimum price point you want to break it by? Don't get this wrong. All-time high is 656.75. Okay, what's the minimum point that you'd want to break if and when you break all-time highs? It's not much that you have to break either, by the way. And these areas also rolled over from the previous week too, because even previously these were the structural breaks back here, just in case you guys forgot. Okay, they kind of stalled 34 point ratios here. They barely broke right here. Kind of wanted like 44 point breaks. Yeah, I would say minimum would be like the 5.7 mark, right? 5.7. Like at least here. Okay. Let's put an alert here for, oops, for NQ 24984. These mid-afternoon midpoints for session are usually between 124 and 136. We could get extensions through 148 and 150, but typically it's this period here. I said we had that Fed speaker too in Canada at 1:30, right? Okay, let's set some alerts. I think we're gonna trigger at least 6.4 today. There's a pretty good odd that they'll trigger 6.8 to 7.1, like with this kind of price action that they have happening. So if you guys don't capture this, I'm gonna be pretty mad, because we've talked about it since the open. These are mass ranges if they actually get that. That would be insane. That would be insane. If they did this, they could. I know some of you guys are not in Discord, but that was my thoughts off the open. That's looking pretty likely now. What do you guys think? I think the 50s are gonna help determine that this afternoon, especially off these points in time, but thank you so much, Arun. Thank you. This is technically still core to core though too, like the 5, 7, 5, 8, 5, 9 area. Like the full core move was obviously these areas in here, like 6, 8, 7, 1, 7, 5, but we're not even that far off now. You know what I mean? And it's not even 130 yet. So I was definitely on the right track with that. You guys have to catch the entire move, okay? If we get full range, you have to catch the entire move. No excuses. Here we go. 675, 675 being retested. That's all-time highs. I wanted to see if they break this area, if they at least get a test of 5.7. That would be technically enough range. I think they're hitting 50 here. 50 was the second lower high, right? This area here. I put the odd closer to like 130, but we'll see. So that's good. This is getting super close. NQ broke though. Look, NQ broke guys off that 28 stick. And it snapped that 24,984 range. Snack. Apple kind of stalled and got stuck, unfortunately. Intel, though, is looking like it could get those structure breaks. Had some odds between that 130, 136 window for this to retest 34.52. MARA, I'm going to just leave this one alone till end of day today and come back to it. So what do you guys think? You think that they break during mid-session? You think that they stall all-time highs during mid-session? Mid-session is usually between 124, 132 through 136. The actual calculated times today for ES was 157, 158, and then this 210 to 212 period. So technically, if they want to stall a little bit, they could, right? So far, they're reducing range a little bit off this 130 stick. I want to see how much range they're reducing here, because this could help us understand how much range they could break by if they come back and bring it back here. 2.75 is a lot. So that would be like the 5850 break. 5850, 5875, 59. So they definitely had odds of, if they were to break here, of breaking these ranges. Okay. Okay, let's do a poll. Clear all-time highs by 1:36 p.m. So if they don't, it's still fine, because technically speaking, we have until just before and just after 2. This period here. Okay. The latest interval we have is closer to 228, 230. I would obviously prefer not to stall all-time highs for another duration of an hour, but we'll have to see what they do here. But the odds of breaking it now are pretty high. Aw, thank you so much, Smos. You guys are the best. Thank you. I picked up ES off lows. I picked up the 665, 666 calls way earlier today. I did some SPX and I rolled for Friday, guys, on some of my contracts. Oh wow, level 3. I don't even know what that means, but you guys are the best. Tesla getting those stick breaks. So Tesla needs closer to like 460, 69, 461. Those were the first targets on Tesla. Let's see here. What did you guys vote? I didn't see what you guys voted. Thanks for the new people here today too. You guys voted yes. Okay, so if they do, we have to take out a minimum of 5.7. Ideally 5.850, I would say. Like if they could take this out, I want them to try at least taking out 5.850. Based on the range that they reduced, that's what it implied. If we don't take out highs at this time, it's fine. This is just mid-session, but we've got odds during this period here too. If we don't take out highs and we stall, I probably just want to consolidate above the 50-51 range. Maybe some like sideways price action. If they take out highs though as early as this point in time here, we have some pretty good odds of getting those expansion scenarios to core ranges today. Okay? They're just math equations I do on my own that I did this morning. These points here were like the 50% time interval. What happened here? Hey guys, is the stream still on? It like shut off for me. I don't know why. Is it still working? Can you guys hear me or no? Can you guys hear me? I don't know what happened. But how come I don't see the screen on OBS? Oh, there we go. That's weird. That's never happened before. I've never had that happen before. I was saying, I don't think they would do this off that 136. I think maybe they could bring it back to 5.4. This seems like they might wait till this period here. Maybe digest a little bit. We'll obviously watch this range. I haven't done any structural flips yet today, though. Yeah, that was really weird. My OBS didn't even crash either. Yeah, well, I don't know, the view count is gone because there was, I don't know how many, oh. Why is it doing that though? That's never happened before. That's kind of strange. Isn't that weird? You guys? Like, that's so strange to me. Okay, they held the line, guys, above that 6752. off 136, so that's still good to keep odds in play here. Our odds were a lot higher around that 148, 150, and then obviously this 2 o'clock period, but they stalled highs by 0.25. We don't want to break highs unless they take it out by that 5758 mark. I actually don't know how many viewers there are. It's like ranging from like 103, 45, 35. It's just giving random numbers. Tesla's getting some really good stick breaks here off that structure. I was looking for 460.69, 460.82 on Tesla. I figured this one could easily get that 462 mark today. The bigger expansion ranges on this one are to 467. I'm not sure if they do that today, but I'm guessing if ES gives us those core ranges, I don't see why they couldn't do that, because that would be a really big structural break on this one. And I think we were targeting 466, 467 anyway. And in the past, Tesla usually moves around these types of ranges. Yeah, even way before, these have always been kind of the ranges that Tesla moves in. You guys think they give us 467 on Tesla today? That would be insane. The premiums are kind of juiced up though, but it would be pretty crazy. MARA backtesting that 1857 core support range here. That's definitely not an area you'd want to lose on this one today for the session. Even though crypto's still holding up pretty well. I'm going to take a very, very, very quick break, okay? Yeah, all healthcare though. They all moved today. We looked at those earlier. Like even this one still looks really good, but I feel like MRK has the best daily structure for a longer term Q4 break. And the premiums on this one are usually pretty cheap. Same with ABBV, same with Pfizer. They're usually a little bit cheaper than LLY. I didn't check Johnson & Johnson. That's the only one I didn't look at today. Oh, this one actually could get a nice afternoon move. This one's a bit delayed on J&J. That's a nice cup with this one. Maybe one that's kind of lagging in the sector. Okay, I'm going to take a quick 5-minute break. I'm going to mute myself. We could definitely have these earlier breaks around that 4.4, 4.8, 4.9 period. You guys can hear me, right? So they definitely could, but we haven't even hit our calculated real-time intervals yet between 158, 209, 210, 212. This is the most important time period today. So I would say, like, okay, if they don't take out highs in this range here by this point in time, then yes, for sure. I feel like the 60s would be pretty hard to achieve today, but we haven't even achieved that this point in time here yet. So until then, like, we can't really make that decision just yet. We'll have to see. Yeah, I don't think it's frozen. Oh, I had myself muted for like 10 minutes. All right, let's do a poll here because this is a pretty big spot. What do you guys think? Clear all-time high by first major calculated time period on, I think it's between 157 and 158, but we could just go between here and 2 in case I'm off by like a minute or 2. Can you guys vote on this, please? Yeah, we have multiple flips for the third, so I mean, we could definitely see some better price action tomorrow, but I mean, this is still good price action though. XOM a bit of a cup and handle break after breaking structure a tiny bit. Apple's still stuck in these ranges. Intel's still stuck beneath 34.52. These are the spots that kind of keep it within an inside range. MARA broke down structure after stalling. I had a feeling that that would be the case once they stalled 1905 and couldn't retract back over 19. Specifically feeling that 1857 spot today. Can you guys all vote on that, please? That's a pretty important point for us today. This is all-time high. Breaks at very calculated periods for the session today. Our calculated points have been pretty spot on. Yeah, it is. It had a bit of a meltdown. I took most off here though for the calls that we did from early in the week. Like that's still a, we still had such a huge move from Monday. Do you know what I'm saying? So not covering anything up here would not really make any sense. Obviously we could still track that 1952, 1979 for Thursday, Friday, but we'll have to see if they can at least get this back over 1857 today. 22 voting yes. So the more probable period was around 2:08, 09, 10, this point here, but I feel like if they can do it at this point here, it would be a little bit better for odds to get core ranges. Does that make sense? But we'll see. We're not that far off. We're only like 2 points away. That's a problem, yeah. It kind of is. Let's see. Maybe they could. I would say if they can get over 250, or sorry, 6755.50. Like above this area here, or 2.5, whatever that spot is, there's a pretty decent chance that they could get that break. They just have to have some better structural breaks here. 157 was the earliest odd. Okay, so these are earlier real-time odds. The higher odds were around 208, 210, 209, 210, 212. But we did have some odds here. That's why I didn't really care too much that they stalled right here, because this wasn't even a super probable time of day. Does that make sense, guys? This period had a bit higher odds. We'll see what they do. I'm going to move this stick here to the 5.9 mark. And again, even if they stall here, this isn't the worst case scenario, because this period is more linked with real time. This period's more linked with the actual session. So they still have time here. I'd be more concerned if they didn't break after 2:30. Doesn't look like it. Intel getting some nice structure breaks. That has to be news on that. Intel getting some massive structure sticks here, guys. Sorry, I need to check my position on that because I had some sell orders and I don't know where I had them set to. Wow. That's a huge break on Intel. Holy. 35.40 break on Intel. Those calls exploded, you guys, on that news. I had a feeling they were going to have news out. I don't even care if ES breaks at this point. That was a nice trade. We took Intel long again today off that 33.22 hold. It had a really good structural hold this morning off 33.61 and 69. You guys have to give me a few seconds though, because I need to manage this position. I don't want to sell it too early. I had a sell order in at $1.50 on those calls, but I want to fix that. That looks like that can go a bit higher. Damn, and I only bought 10 contracts this morning. I was like, should I get 20? And I was like, no, I'll just get 10. Oh well. I think that this is going to flag and break. We're looking to see if they can tag that 35.93, 35.95, 36.01. Those were the targets. If they break those inside ranges, which these are the inside ranges on these structure breaks. And I did say earlier, if they come back over 34.65, we could easily get a move to 36. maybe 37. I feel like we'd have to have some really good breaks, though, for that to happen. ES breaking at 2 o'clock, guys. And single stick breaks. We got the stick breaks here for 2. And they're getting the exact ranges: 675975, 675950, 58. These are the exact ranges you want to break at these points in the day with an all-time high break. Minimum you had to break was 57, ideally 5850, 5975. Where did they stall this? Wow, exactly 5975. That's insane, because those are the exact calculated ranges for ES on this structure break. ES could easily move to core ranges today. This is also breaking ahead of that 209 to 212 period. We had some odds of getting and tagging 64, 66. Those are core times of day, so those could be the earliest points we could trigger core areas. Core areas would be like 6, 7, 6, 8, 7, 1. I did cover half my position there, guys, on Spine ES, though. That's still a really big spot, so obviously it's up to you if you want to cover any or not, but I took half off. I got the high of day fill on that. All right, Intel still getting a nice structural break here. Let me set some alerts. This is a huge trade if you guys actually took this one. These are the exact spots that we said this could break to if it gets those. Usually it would have to break on use. 36. Hold on. I don't want to miss my Intel. I want to cover like max range on this one, because last time I sold it early and I was pissed that I covered this one too early. I can't believe they actually stalled these exact ranges here. That's crazy. What about NQ? Oh, wow. NQ got so close to that 25, 11, 25, 12 spot, guys. This is insane. It stalled right at that 25, 10 that we looked at earlier for the session. This, I'm pretty sure we said, was exactly the 34-point ratio or something like that. Like the two, what is it? Six and a half. Hold on, 44. Yeah, 286 is 44 points. So that's basically that's like a 43.5 point stall or something, okay? On NQ. Okay, that's 43.75 points right there. It has to take out 1275 to have a 44-point break, okay? 25, 0, 12, 75. Intel stalling just beneath this 2593 spot. This is the overhead for this one for sure. This would be the 7th and 8th bar. MARA stalling off that 1830. That would be the primary support beneath that 1857. So maybe look to see if that one holds off there. ES has some odds coming up here. Usually 207, 208 are generic flips on the index that we can watch for. I can't believe we actually got that full break on Intel, guys. That's insane. What do you guys think? You think ES takes out the 60.5, 79.75 here and gives us that full range break by these calculated points in time? Tesla getting that stick break over 460. 460.69, 460.82 is the spot it has to trigger. Let's mark the same time intervals that we marked for ES. So let's mark like 208, 209, 212 period. $460.70. Oops. Where is it? 460.70. Ah, okay. I'm going to mark the same periods here too for Intel. And the same for NQ. I should have done a poll. I can't believe they actually broke this for that 1:57 to 2 p.m. period. I should have done a max range poll today. How many of you guys think that we'll get core ranges today? And don't just say yes because I said that we could. News with AMD. Thanks, Katie. I didn't even see why it moved. I just remember I had an open position to sell $1.20, and I was like, no, I need to change that right away. I almost got filled on that. All right, let's see what they do here. What do you guys think? Calculated times of day between 2:09 and 2:12. These are extremely important periods for the market today. They could also be points in the day that could trigger highs and volatility. I was thinking if they break, we have some overhead around this 60.5, 62, 63, 64, basically the means area. We had some higher odds today of triggering core ranges, which is, did Tesla just break? Guys, Tesla's breaking the spots on time. 460.82 being taken out here off that 208 stick on Tesla. We want to see if Tesla can take out 461.46. Tesla has odds of 466, 467 today. Oh, it's because the stream crashed and it rebooted. So it's probably just whatever's in OBS. What's the date today? October 1st, 2025. Thank you. You know what's weird though is YouTube didn't crash. So YouTube never had that crash. 460s are in the money now on Tesla. What do you guys think? Quickly. What's the range breaks you think we'll get for that 209? So 209 has the highest odd of taking out this high in the 460 range. There it is. New high, guys, at 209. 209 p.m. is the calculated time for the session. That keeps us in play for duration of the session, so until 5 p.m. This is a durational flip. And I wanted to see if they would try tagging that 60.50 at this point in time. Well, yeah, session close. These are the kind of ranges I wanted to see if they would try triggering for the 209 to 212 period. This is a big spot, guys, on Tesla, just FYI. I think NQ tagged that 25.12. I had marked 25.13 on here. The 86.5, I think, is right here. Okay, I really want to watch Intel during this period just because I wanted to see if they'd come back and retest that high. 35.84 is where it stalled. Oops. Could you imagine that? Apple still stuck beneath that 256.62. This to me still looks good. This looks like they're still poising for continuation, guys. They still tagged that 675.975. They're stalling that 670 60.5 spot again. There it is. Do you guys see that final second push here? That's insane. Do you see that? Final seconds pushing there on ES 670.5. 6760.5. That's a 671 break. They could try taking out that 6364 mark here. There's really good odds for continuation. These are core points in the day, meaning core areas could start triggering up here. I'm going to just mark the 6.6. Can someone give me the exact ranges? I didn't mark them earlier, but I'm pretty sure they're around 6.7, 6.8, 7.1. Look at that stick break here, guys. They want to keep this in play. Tesla getting a nice stick break. NQ breaking over that 25.13 mark. I need one of you guys to document these in Discord, so at least we make sure that we have the right ranges. We already looked at this, but we said we could trigger core areas today. An 88-point break off lows is 6.7, 6.8. Write that down, please, so I can come back and I don't have to go back and triple check a million times. A 44-point break off lows is 6.769, I think. 69.50. No, those are wrong, you guys. 6.768 is 88 points off lows. Write it down so I when I go back and mark these, I don't forget. This is 44 points off opening structure. Okay. Off weekly ranges, 66-point break is, it's going to be around this 6.774. This is 66 points off 67.08. Okay, so this is going to be pretty similar. Like it's going to be around that 7.475 area. This is off that 6.708.50. Off that 67.06.50, 67.06.75, whatever those daily opening ranges were, we can basically just look at close to this area here. This is off that 6706, whatever today's open was. Off weekly opening ranges. We just broke 64 points here. 66-point break off weekly open is 676375. Hence, this is a huge area for us, guys. Weekly opening breaks right here. This is off weekly close. This is a 66-point break off weekly open in this range. Hence, these are huge areas here at 6263. This is off weekly open. The other one is off weekly close. Write them down so I don't forget when I go back and mark these, because these are huge spots. This is a 68-point break off weekly open. Okay, so we're getting super close to getting core ranges here. If they take out 6364 on the very first attempt, I don't see how they can't give us those, at least the upper 60s, like 68, 69. This is off weekly close, 68 points off weekly close. Okay? And a core-to-core break is usually at least 75 points. So this is why we could tag those 70s today. You guys are getting really nice range breaks here off these weekly ranges. What were the spots? Let's mark them here so we don't forget. Okay, 6375 is off weekly open. What is it off weekly open though? That's what I don't know. 66 points off weekly open. 6450 is off weekly close, right? Or is it 68 points? How come none of you guys wrote them down? These are really important spots, guys. Like, this is how we'll know if we're going to get an extra 15 points on the session today. 6774 is what? That's weekly range. 6774, 6675, and 64. What were these? What was this 676575? 68 points off what? I don't even know what this is off of. No one even wrote it down. What were the 6-8 spots? 6-8 was 68 points off of what? 44, 49 point break off lows? 88 points off lows? What was the 6975? That was 88 points off lows? So then what's the 6-8? Are these just like... I don't know what 6-8 was. 7275. Well, I mean, whatever. I'm just going to mark them. 72. 63 off weekly open. Okay. 63 and 66 are off weekly open. 88 off lows. Okay. So, but that's 88 off lows, isn't it? 72. 75, I don't remember what this was. And then 7450. Okay. What was the 6225? That's okay. Well, there's like 60, 70 people watching, so you're not the only person that could help, especially if some people are not in trades. These are, but anyway, this 62 to 64 area is huge. Okay, so the top of the means right here, this is huge. This is the area that's essentially going to decide if we get those upper 60s, potentially 70s today. They might start reducing range here a little bit. Tesla kind of stalled at 461.19 at 461.18. 65 points. Okay. Oh, so then maybe that's 66 points from, or 64 points or 66 points from weekly close or something. Those are, yeah, those ones are 64, 66 off OR. That I know, because those were, we already talked about this morning. These are huge trades, guys, on ES regardless, so. Well, one of my biggest strong points, I think, is that I definitely don't miss range. I want to make sure I capture the entire trade. Hence, I use a lot of math and ranges. So I can, and hence I built this base strategy. A core hold can give you a core break. Okay, so if they held core, this is a core area. They closed core, these are core areas. They can give you core ranges. Core ranges are like up in here. Okay, which you can even, you could probably think of it as like 44, 44 from each side. Like that's one way of thinking about it, I guess. But it usually core ranges, you get like at least 75 to 50-ish, 51 to 56 points on each end. But off lows, this would be like a 88 point break here. And it makes sense because that's where they closed. Does that make sense? Like, look. Look at where they closed. Look at where they opened. These were core closes. Core lows should give you a core high. Does that make sense? Core areas usually start around 6.8. I would be pretty surprised if we didn't tag at least 6.6 and they stalled the means. Like right here. Do you see that? So these are right in line basically with open close, highs, lows. Does that make sense? Which is why we had super high odds of getting a core-to-core break. What? Oh, that's the 44 point break off that session open, session close. Yeah, and please don't tag me like that. What do you mean meaning? Do you guys not read anything I write sometimes? Like, what? What's the point of me writing a report or writing, like, at 7 o'clock in the morning my time if you're going to be like, what does this mean? Like, what do you mean, what does it mean? That's what it means. Like, what are you talking about? What does that mean? That's exactly what it means. What? Core. 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 These are core holds, core opens, core close. You get a core high. It's like, it's so simple. You can literally capture the whole move like this. We don't get core to core days that often. So when we do, you better make sure that you capture that trade. That's why I was up till 2, 3 in the morning. $67.80s holding or $66.80s holding was money. You guys don't understand how big of a hold that was for the market. Like, that's a huge, huge hold for the market. Do you guys read the report? We had higher odds of digesting channel this week. We had support at 7.4. Ideally, though, more constructive around 7.8, 8.1, 8.4. That's exactly where they held. Like, you know how we always say, like, we needed the 67.20s reset for the pins, right? Sometimes you have to go lower to go higher. This is like a really, 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 really good example of that. If you ever want to go back and study a session or a core-to-core session, this is one of them. We haven't quite triggered core yet, but there's still an hour and a half left in the session. But just so you guys can see, okay, these are core-to-core moves, okay? Off opening range. Like, this is if they gave, like, full range. I don't know if we're going to get that much range today, but these were some calculated points here, guys, at 228, 230, especially off that 6.450, 6.5 area. I don't even know what this was right here. Typically speaking, we have odds at the 36 through 38 mark on a daily basis. So same with 32. So these are still spots we can kind of watch for here. Intel got a bit of a structural breakdown after stalling. Okay, I need to focus on my own positions, guys. Sorry. I think you guys had way more than enough prep to know what to do. These spots being met at this point in time gave you odds to continue throughout this point in time. Okay? These are the highest odds of potentially triggering some of these core ranges. Usually core areas start around 6.6, or like where this line that I have is around 6.8. If they decide to stall here, that's fine, because this basically kept it in play for duration of the session this afternoon. Intel breaking down a bit back beneath that 3502. I'd say if Intel can still hold probably above this area here, maybe like this area here, it could still have an odd of maybe retesting this range here by close. Tesla stalled exactly this 6118 mark. These were my targets on Tesla for today, so anything above this 461 area on Tesla is a bonus, okay? These are huge, huge marks for this one. 46118 or 19, and that 46. They stalled exactly 18 right here. Remember what I said earlier when we trigger the 6760s, especially like 66, 6871, I don't want anyone to be surprised by it, and you guys better have caught the entire trade. There's not a single person in here that shouldn't have caught the entire trade. There's not a single condition that wasn't met on time. Every single condition was met on time. And I said it earlier, if you don't catch the rest of this trade, I'm not really sure what to say, because they still had odds in play. Had they maybe not broken during this window here or this window here, then I would be like, yes, probably not. I only covered half when we had that stick break of 5.9. That was my first cover. I still have half my position here. So there was no reason for us not to at least try tagging 6.4 or 6.6. Once we start getting closer to this area, though, obviously this is where it could get super, super heavy. NQ getting some really good structure breaks here above that 25.13 mark. Tesla retesting 460. Intel trying to save this 35.02 mark. I guess if it holds a little bit higher, that would be better for odds. Probably needs back though, at least above this inside range right here, like right here. Maybe I should have moved this a little bit lower. I'm going to mark the 248 to 250 period because these are just generic marks for the market anyway. Basically breaks ahead of 3. This is durational for session close today though, so just keep that in mind. Okay, this is... Are we still in the means? Well, the first contracts I took off the 665s, I took those this morning at like 80 cents. These are at $4. Those are the ones that I covered half of. Yes, I took long off overnight holds. And then I did the 666 calls on SPY just as an extra position on this at what did I even buy those at? That was a little bit higher. I think those ones I bought off the top of the channel or the bottom of the channel around like 3132. Those ones I bought at, where is it? 6666 at 80 cents. Those are at 3. It depends. With high odd days like this, I usually position higher. $67.66 being tested, guys, off that 238 mark. This is ranging to hit some core price points here. 6.6 is enough technically to be considered a core range. Maybe more closer to like that 6.8, 6.9, but these are huge areas for the market. These are the 68 point ranges here. Really clean break on ES. You can scale some off as you go if you want. You guys, I can't believe we actually are hitting core ranges today. They're actually doing it. This is insane. Intel coming back over these structure breaks here. 30 cents to $3 on those calls. That's actually insane. Core breaks, guys, on ES 6768 being tested here. This is 88 points off the weekly lows at 68. We had extremely high odds of tagging 68, 71, 74, 75 today. These are core-to-core breaks. We don't get these kind of moves often, but when we do, you have to always take advantage of them. These make for like really big days if you ever want to just take like a few trades in a quarter or something. Like trading core days are usually the best ones for range. You can usually make up your entire year on days like this. They tagged 6-8 to the exact spot. 242. Nice Slipperman. Thanks for the anonymous tip, by the way. I don't know who sent that, but thank you. Yeah, they are. You know what's even better is we knew that we could get this at 7:30 a.m. off open. Well, technically 9:30 Eastern time, but I don't think many people were looking at this saying, oh, we're going to get 67.70s today from down here. This how do you say it? 100-point method is insane sometimes. Intel getting some nice structure breaks here. I would say if Intel gets back over like 35.50, this has pretty good odds of tagging that high and trying to come back over that 35.88 to try testing that 35.93, 36 mark today. Apple's still stuck in this box. NQ making those range breaks that we talked about earlier. I didn't mark all of them, but these were definitely the breaks that we discussed. Remember we said if we get the bigger structure breaks, we can get the full range. Full range would be like around these areas here. So same thing, that's a core-to-core move on this. Off lows. Off opening range, I think we said, where's the opening range? 6.3. These were the 224 breaks. Hold on. 286, 429. So that would make sense then, because if it's a core break, instead of 44 or 66 points, it would be like 51 to 55 points, right? So I guess 51 points on NQ is like 331 points, which would probably be like close to here. Yeah, typically. So for ES, we could basically think of it as like from session close though, not from like not from today's real-time session, from like session close. Do you see what I'm saying? These could be some core moves here. Do you see what I mean? Like these kind of breaks right here. That's how you get like core breaks, or off like bottom range core. Like usually you'll get at least like 75 points. That's a mid-core break. That's why the 50s and 60s these were core breaks. Also where they took it to in like the first like 5 minutes of open, like first 10 minutes of opening range, like when they broke this was a core break right here. That's a core hold. This is a core close, core break. This would be like the remainder of the move. And this is durational till session close. We already determined that back in here, that this is now in play till end of session. So, and you guys can clearly see that happening. That's why I stopped tracking time, guys. But when it's durational, there's no point of tracking time, okay? If you already met your ranges on time, which we did back in these points here, it's durational till close. Like we could watch the generic marks, usually like 248, 250, 254, 3 o'clock, imbalance prints. Like we'll watch those too, but we're basically just tracking now to hit core areas, basically. Does that make sense? A general rule to it would be if we can trigger like the 88 point ranges like before 3, right, then obviously that really helps our odds. Also, don't forget like the ranges off of, like remember how we said off of the August ranges, like these were like the 356, 346 holds right here. Okay. This is half the range, like half of 256, 346 is 150 to 151 points usually. And I think when we last discussed this, didn't we say that when we do break, if they break like 256 points, like do you see this open close right here? Do you guys see that off these closing ranges from the measured structures that we've been using off like the first and fourth? That's a 356 point break right here. I don't know if you guys can see that. Do you see that? Look at it from the structure break. This is off that flag. If you measure off these very calculated dates in terms of range, these are off annual ranges. So it's really, really, really interesting because that's exactly where the low, where they open, where they closed, and then this could be measured as like where they could hit the highs, like especially like a 346 point break, which I think is pretty close to where we're trading. So these are also just bigger spots in general. These are on the report too. That's why these 70s are huge. Do you see it? These are all core areas here. If you do unadjusted, do you see that? These are like solid structural closing points. Do you see? Look. If it's not adjusted, these are almost exact. So this is where we could get basically 300. This is on the report from like 3 weeks ago, guys. These areas are extremely calculated. So this 7-3 is basically the 346 point range break off our August 4th and August 1st candles. Okay? So these are huge spots for annual range, especially for them to hit the first day of Q4. Like, do you guys know how crazy that is that they're hitting these first day of Q4? So these are probably like getting really close to the 356 point ranges. So yeah, around 7.2, 7.3, 7.4, those spots are huge. Intel crossing that mark here. ES getting super close to, so I would say this is where we can hit those max ranges. That's why I think 7.7, 7.8 could be a max range. Do you see that? That's 346 points from August 1st highs. Okay? Those are huge spots for us to basically achieve today, first day of Q3 or Q4. So these are the 346 point ranges when it's unadjusted. Off highs and close, okay? You can kind of see how they held structure really nicely off open and close. Do you see that? Look at the midpoint structures. This is the midpoint right here. Do you see it, guys? It's a 346 to 356 point metric. It's actually really, really cool. But if you measure it exactly, it's exactly where they open this. That's a core break. And look, these are core areas here. Look, 66373, 6382. These are core ranges. 6428. Do you see what I'm saying? So this is basically like a core to core move off 346 point intervals too. Isn't that insane? Look at the unadjusted. Look at that flag break right here. It's super clean. Well, luckily we digested the channel a little bit today. I would say if we didn't digest the channel, they could pull it back. So no, now we're setting up for... Actually, wait, what are we setting up for, guys? I'm not going to tell you what we're setting up for. What are we setting up for here? Who are you and what Discord are you trading in? What? I'm not trading in my Discord. The Discord's just a chat for the Substack. Are you on Twitch? Did you find me from YouTube? Where'd you find me from? I don't usually stream on YouTube. I think it's just connected to my OBS, so it opens up on here too. These areas, guys, are definitely enough to be considered some max ranges for the session. We definitely have to kind of watch where we stall here ahead of 3 o'clock. Oh, I was talking to someone on YouTube. Oh. Well, you're the first person that's ever discovered me from YouTube. I feel like I'm a nobody on YouTube. I don't really use YouTube. Maybe I should start streaming more on YouTube. I just want to see if these 3.25 intervals link to that 7-2 spot, because these are some range reductions coming in here, guys. Especially ahead of 3 o'clock. 3.25 is 7.225. Okay, you guys are going to have to give me like 2 minutes. Oh, thank you. I meant on YouTube. There's my whole 10 viewers on here. I feel like not many people really use YouTube though for trading. Did Apple finally break that range? Intel's kind of stuck in this little yellow box that I drew here. It's kind of just like the mid-structure supports of the flag break. Intel can be a late day mover though, so. Oh, do you? Oh, YouTube notifies before Twitch does? I didn't know that. What do you, I should have done a max range for session pull. Why didn't I do that? Well, thank you. Well, usually more people watch on Twitch than YouTube, but I don't really know how to grow on YouTube is the thing. Like, I don't really, just because I never used it for so long. Like, I was more active on here maybe like 5 years ago, 6 years ago. But thank you. But also too, like one person watched me on YouTube last week and they're like, this is so advanced. I'm confused. So it's like, it is more advanced level trading, right? So I guess for like beginners, sometimes it's hard if someone's like doesn't know who I am and has never watched me trade. Like most people that watch me have watched me trade for like 5 to 12 years. You know what I'm saying? Like the least amount of time is maybe like 2 years. Well, I streamed on Discord for a long time, but Discord, you can't monetize on there, so it was kind of pointless. So I just started streaming on Twitch this year. I've only been streaming on YouTube for like a month, to be fair. So, like a month and a half maybe. Did I mark that 7-2 on here? Can one of you guys notify me if Intel breaks 3550? I don't know if I have that alert set, but just in case I miss it. Because I think once it kind of gets past that wall, it could come back and retest that 80 mark. I have a Substack. Apple finally getting some stick breaks here ahead of 3 o'clock. Apple needs to kind of clear that 257.20 mark. ES kind of stalling here above 6.6 but beneath 6.8. We're setting up for the last hour of the day here. I don't really teach one-on-ones anymore, like have a paid Discord anymore. It was too overwhelming. Like too many people and only one of me. So I guess maybe just watch the streams more and you'll start getting a hang of it. I do publish the one Substack. That's my Substack. But in terms of like, I don't know. I don't consider myself a mentor. I don't know anymore. I kind of just share what I want to share. A paid Discord is just too, I don't know, it's just too much. Not to mention I was like undercharging by a lot, so it just was like way more time and energy taking away from more of my trades, and it just didn't really make sense. Thanks, Katie. Well, and I also like trading, so it kind of makes it hard, right? I feel like a lot of people that are charging like $200-300 a month for a Discord, I don't know if they're, I feel like they're not always actually trading. I don't know. That's just me. I could maybe have the wrong, because I actually get really annoyed if I'm streaming and I miss my trades. Like it's probably like my biggest pet peeve. Thanks, Neon. You guys are actually killing it with the subs today on Twitch. Thanks for all the gifts on your. Thank you. I'm just saying in comparison to like maybe a few years ago. Remember when I used to stream like 12 hours a day? Like 12 hours a day? That shit was insane. I think it's just, maybe I just know quite a lot, and then people just always want more and more and more and more and more. So, they want so much, and it's just so annoying. I can't believe I was only charging like $60 too when I actually was doing like full-on, full-blown mentorship. And I had been trading for already like 12 years at that point. And there was new COVID traders charging $250 to $300 a month. I was like, what? That's insane. Yeah, I don't know, that whole... I feel like the Substack makes more sense too, because I actually went to school for journalism and publishing, so it makes more sense. Do you know what I mean? And I could write about trading and finance. And then it's more outlined. The stock guy called out an IG scammer trader from IG. I feel like IG people are just so weird for trading. Like, Instagram doesn't really strike me as a place for traders. I don't know. He's what? And his people are trying to beat him up? What? 150 a month. Have you? I'm not gonna say names. I did an interview once with this one lady, and she was like, well, you're just a young girl, and like you started. I'm like, she just made this like pre-assumed notion about me that like I was, one, that I was young, two, that I was new to trading. You guys know who I'm talking about, probably. And when she said that to me, I was like, first of all, I'm like 32. She called me 24. I was like, thank you for the compliment, but I'm actually 32 at that time. Second of all, I'm not new to trading. Third of all, that's when I was still working as a professional trader. Okay. I was like, and this is my profession. She's like, oh, wow. So you actually work in the power and gas industry? Like, shut the... Oh, I don't even know any IG traders. I feel like that'd be so strange. She's like older than my mom, though. She was double my age. And then when I went to go see how much this lady's charging, which by the way, she mocked my analysis on oil. That was back in 2020, 2021. And I said that oil was going to ramp from there as like a 2-year leap play. Okay. And she mocked me on the stream. I think I still have this video. And I looked at her website. She was charging like $7,000, guys. $7,000. $7,000. That you can buy a car with $7,000. 7,000. I'm gonna go look this up right now. I wonder what her in-market prices are right now. Hold on. What are her in-market prices? $7,000. That's insane. You guys, let me know if ES breaks 7-1 or 70. Hold on. $7,000. What the hell was her name? Oh, all of this, and she didn't follow me back. She didn't follow me back. I was like, I have never followed someone first to not even get a follow back. What's her name? I forget. I don't remember her name. Well, I don't know. 7,000 is crazy though. I think even like base was like 4,000 or something. Oh. Tesla getting that break, guys, over that 461. That is actually crazy. What? Okay, yeah, no, she's still up there. $550 a month? $550 a month is crazy. What? Okay, I should probably focus on my closing positions. They still haven't tagged that 6975. I think Tesla just got that stick break too here. This is that overhead still. They're definitely starting to reduce range. All of these reductions have pointed to that 7.2 mark. And 7.1 area. These are the areas that I thought would be max range for the session today. Tesla retesting 46119 and immediately went to test that 46146. MARA trying to make a comeback. This one I figured I just want it back at least over this area here into the close. It doesn't really have to do much, but at least get back there. Intel still stalling this box. I figured Intel probably waits till end of day if it's going to get any sort of range breaks. $50K a year? That's insane. I do want to see if crypto can get, so even though like some individual names are not tracking as nicely, crypto could easily get back to that 117, 785, 118 mark. We're pretty on the money with Tesla ranges today though. Like this is super close. 32.29, 32.29. So like, yeah, these areas here. Lots of overhead around this spot in here. Did Intel get that break over 50? I didn't mark this on here, but these were the secondary breaks for Tesla 462. I don't know if we're gonna tag the 462 today, but these are what I had calculated earlier. There's a lot of overhead here though. Yes, stalling off that 6975. Like I said, these are definitely enough to be considered max ranges for the session, guys. So just be a little bit cautious here now as we start approaching the last hour. See you, Booth. Have a good day at work. What's the overall range here? What did you say? Don't have to be a trader and don't have to trade at all. Like what? Oh, you shorted Euro? The issue, I don't want to short only because we still have a tiny bit of room. Does that make sense? Like, I'd rather just manage my long trades here. Obviously, you could try shorting here, but this is durational till session close, by the way. Till session close, meaning it could be a durational trend till session close. So I personally probably am not going to take any shorts. I'm just going to manage the rest of my longs that I had. It's kind of trading right in the middle here. Do you see it? From like max range to like bottom range support. Same with if it retraced back where? Oh, like back to 3-2. What time is it? 14. ES usually has odds at like 15, 18, like on a day-to-day basis. So you could sometimes track that. It's usually before like the 21, 22 flips. So usually if markets are going to stay in trend, it would probably retrace during this time period here. You'd probably need it back at least over like 6-8. I want to see if what this one does into the close. That cup and handle on XOM actually broke pretty nicely, even though it was a really slow moving trade. XOM is usually a mover into the close. Netflix short. I haven't traded Netflix in so long. I don't even remember the last time I traded Netflix. Probably when we traded it together. 25.35. Oh. I didn't actually measure NQ off. So 222 points, right? 221.22. 221.22. So like that's why there could 214. These are like the 44 point ranges, right? That there could be some room for it to move there, but like you're definitely not far off from those ranges off of here. Because like 2-1 area, 2-2 is like right in here, right? It just hasn't closed above that. Do you see that? So if it took it out, but if it closes above there, then it could easily get that secondary break. So I would set it at 25.034. That's a perfect spot. like 3.4, 3.5 area. But it did test it. That's the only issue, is it did test that spot. And then off lows, I think we said was like, that's where it could have like those 420. These are like max ranges if it were to explode or something into the close. And then off weekly open, it already broke that 286 ratio. You could also, because it's a core-to-core move, it could be like the median between 286 and 442. How many points is that? Like 364. And 357 points. So it already got more than half that range. Off weekly open. Yeah, that's where they could have those expansion ranges. I don't think they're going to have that today, though. Like, maybe off open close, there could still be that 214 to 221, 22. That's like the 2050s that we talked about. Right? Like this area here. Do you see it? Because 221 points is... What's 221 points again on NQ? 221 divided by 6.5. That's 34 points, right? So this is basically 34-point move off session, previous session open. So it is a big spot for it to break. But if it does, do you see how you could get that extension to like that area there? Like this range in here. And if you had like a 33-point break, it'd be like 214. That's why there's like odds at 5.2. Thank you. So yeah, this is definitely a big spot for this one. Around the 3. No retraces by 318 and immediate downside stick for that 319 break. This is a good way of confirming if they're going to retract it higher. MARA getting back to that 1857, 1856 into the close. This is the range I figured they could take it back to here. Do you see that immediate reduction stick euro on that after stalling during this 315, 318 window? And then typically odds reopen around like 321, 324, and then your imbalance prints. It hasn't taken out the 88 points off lows. Like this is a big spot. And it makes sense too, because if it breaks here, do you see how it's not like 1 point or 2 points, it's like a 3-4 point break. Do you see that? So they won't take this out unless they're prepared to move this another 3 to 5 points higher. Yeah. Okay, Intel, I wanted to see if it held this range in here, and it did. And I wanted to see what it does the last half here. This is a really solid structural hold. And they saved a little bit of range, so that they might want to move it into the close. We had some support around this 12 to 10 spot too. Okay, like this area in here, so that would be a really important structural hold. Same with ES off that 6.3 to 6.2. Where did the 6.2 mark go? Do you guys remember what the 6.2 area was on ES? Like, I think it was like 6.2.50 or 7.5. I just remember what it was. How did everyone do today, though, in general? There's lots of really good moves. This is probably the biggest overhead, which is our 88-point range off lows at 6975. We've stalled by 0.25 so far. I did notice today that they kept stalling by 0.25. Even back when they were testing highs here, they stalled by 0.25. Back in here, they stalled by 0.25. Back here, they stalled by 0.25. So there's a lot of 0.25 stalls. 6,250 was it? Okay. Yeah, I would think that they definitely would have to try holding the line off the 6,250, especially before 330. Otherwise, they could be capped out in terms of range. What do you guys think? You think that they hold the line here at 62.50, or you think that they reverse this back to 5.6, 5.7 range? We still have a tiny bit of room for upside. It's not too much. There's a little bit of room left for max ranges, but it's not a lot. Oh, really? In your dream? You're dreaming of NQ? 43 would not be good because we already digested the channel this afternoon. So heading back to these ranges here would probably be poor for structure. I'd say at least try holding the means, like 5.2, 5.7. And we'll get a pretty good idea based on what they do during our imbalance period here too. I'm just going to mark the end of day flips. This could end up being actually a good long area for NQ off 10-12 and for ES off 6.2, 6.3. Just FYI, if they're going to hold the line, it would have to be off this spot here. I wouldn't really want them going too much lower than here just because they struggled at that 60-50 quite a bit this afternoon. I would maybe put like a tighter stop though, just in case they don't retrace. What time is it? You can usually start getting some prints by 28. MARA retracted back here into the close before the last half. That's perfect timing on this one because I wanted to see if they'd get back here before 3:30. Maybe it actually has odds then of getting back to 1888 or 19. I don't know. We'll have to see. It went a little bit lower than I wanted this afternoon, but 62.50 being tested here. A lot of names also capped max range, so you think they hold? Well, if they're gonna hold, they have to start retracing pretty soon here. Like at least back to like 6,450, 6,575. Like they need at least back, like at the very least back to this area in here if they want to try holding here. Otherwise, like I said, I think they could start triggering. I wouldn't want to go too much lower than this range, but probably like this area here. I didn't enter any new positions though, guys. I'm still just managing the position I already had, so I'm just trying to give you guys insights for those that, I don't know, if you're shorting or whatever you're doing, or trying a long off this area. Oh, just give me 1 second, okay? Sorry. Okay, perfect retracements here, guys. That's a good structural break here for 328 through 330. Because if they can break this ahead of 330, this is going to set us up nicely to get back over 6869 during our 330-32 period. Or 336, sorry. What do you guys think? Max range. I never did a poll today. You know what? I should have done one early this morning when I was saying we could get the 70s today, but max range for real-time session. How many think that they're capped at highs? How many think 6769, 6975 to 67, maybe 70.5, 6771.50 to 6772.50, 6773 to 6775. How many think that they could take? I don't think we could get 6775 plus. I feel like 73 to 74 is probably max, but all right, I'm gonna set that poll for 3 minutes. Let me know what you guys think. MARA is getting that 1860 break here. That's a pretty good retracement here. Intel finally clearing that 3560 wall. And right in time here for this 330 interval. ES needs to break over 6768 for any progressive price action. Can we get more votes than that, please, guys? Like 2-3 people voting is kind of a joke. Please let us hit max ranges on Intel today. See what kind of structure breaks you can get off 3-2, 3-3. These are like the midpoints between imbalance prints here. They're back over that 7-5 or that 6-7, 6-5, 7-5, 6-6. It's not quite high enough. It needs a little bit higher than that. NQ back above here. That long off the 25, 10, 12 was really clean on NQ. I think NQ has to clear 25, 38, 39 for that to be progressive. Did you try that long euro on NQ or off ES? Off the 6250 hold was insane. That was actually a really good spot to hold. Intel trying to get some clearance breaks here. I would say if it can get above the highest closing stick and opening stick, which is 7273, that's all it probably needs to take out the high. It probably just has to break the highest open close. Nice, that's a really good entry long. Watch for the 36 stick to see if they can retest during this period here. ES has to break 6-8. Nice. Okay, let me focus a little bit here. I want to focus on this Intel trade. $7-1, 7-2 is what you guys voted. That's a pretty fair vote, I think. If they can clear here in time. Let's see. It's trying. The 6250 hold was insane. So ES needs 6-8, NQ needs 3-4-7-5. Ideally before 3-6, so you can get some stick breaks here at 3-5, 3-6. Intel has to just clear the 7-2, 7-3 mark. I marked it as 7-4 just so it would be like some stick breaks here. I have such a migraine, you guys. Like, my head's killing me. I actually can't wait for the market to close today. And then I have to talk to the bank after. They just called. I'm like, oh my god, I definitely don't want to talk right now. It's still good to take some profit here, though, just in case they stall. No, it's for something else. It's not for my broker. Reduction stick off 3-5. They stalled 6-8 here so far. They did test it though, right? Yeah, they did. How much is that reduction stick? 1.75? 1.75 would have retested highs. Hey? You could probably add an extension through 38. They're definitely trying to compress range now. Okay, let me get back to this though. They did close over 7-3, right? Yeah, they did. That's a new higher close, guys, on Intel. Above that 7-3 mark. So I would imagine that they could try clearing here. It's not a higher high, but it's a higher close. Yes, you could add some extensions through 3-8. That range right there so far implies like the 6-950, 6-950, 6-975. It's like basically these exact spots that we were looking at anyway. The retest of 6-8 before 3-6 still happens, so technically this could still stay in play. Sorry guys, I have to keep myself muted for a bit. They breached below but still closed above. I would say that if they're going to try holding the line off that 6-2 mark, they definitely have to try to immediately retrace and negate here off the 4.7, 4.8, 4.9 ahead of 350. At least back to, like I said, like a minimum of like 6.5, 6.6, ideally 6.8. Otherwise, we're going to be back at risk of retesting like this 5.7, 5.8, 5.9 range here. Intel finally getting the structure break. I was just measuring the ranges here to see what they're implying. And they're essentially implying an overall reduction of 16 cents could give us a minimum retest of a break of highs. Potentially that 35.92, 93 spot. Do you see it? 9.5. And maybe max range right around that 36 mark. Do you see it? So this is still an odd for end of day. See if they can retrace here ahead of 4.8. I removed this flip just to see what it was marked at, but this was the 4.5, 15, basically the 15-minute turnaround. Tesla also broke that 4.6119 and is now testing this 4.6146. Anyone that's in Tesla still? This one basically got to where I figured it would. I just put this on here in case they push the close, but this is all it really needs in order to hold. This one just has to kind of get above this little bump. We'll watch this into the close. 4.850. What time is it, guys? 4.8. No, I'll probably sell it. I don't... Like, I know that this could easily get, like, the continuation sticks, but I didn't buy a big enough position. I bought half what I was wanting to buy. I should have bought more. This could easily go to, like, 37, 38. I'm still targeting 41 on this, but I don't know. I'll probably just buy it back tomorrow. What was that alert, guys? I didn't see that. What do you guys think? You think last time you guys told me to sell 80% of my Intel, and then it went up. It went up another like 150% the next day. So maybe I shouldn't sell it. Tesla getting the range breaks into the close here ahead of 350. 46176, I think is what it is, or 95 or something like that. These are ahead of the 350 mark. This is what could give Tesla a push here into the close. You could definitely still cover some here though on Tesla, because these are potentially some areas that could be considered max ranges for this. Let me just delete this because I can't really see. Or did they stall 6.6? So, okay, above 6.6 but beneath 6.8, that's still... This could definitely still be a little bit volatile here. Just be a little bit cautious for the 350 flips. Tesla stalling right off this resistance point here. There it is. Look at that. 350 stick break on Tesla directly to 462 in the very first second. Did you guys see that? Very first second break on Tesla to this 462.12. Look at that. That's insane, you guys. That is so calculated. That's insane. Isn't that crazy? Right for the 350 mark? They could push this. Intel getting a stick break here. What do you guys think? You think I should hold Intel? Or you think I should just cover? I don't really want to hold overnight. Yes, we could still look for the... Let me just delete these so I can see where it held. That's still a decent hold here at 350. Like, we could still wait. It's probably waiting for the final like 5-minute window at 355.54 and then 5.9. It's still kind of stuck within range. Okay, let me just delete these. Where are they hitting? So this is pretty calculated that they could hit. I had 9.3, 9.5, 36, 36.08. These were my max ranges for Intel into the close today. I think I was pretty on the money. What do you guys think? Tesla basically hit exact spot and then stalled. ES stalling off a 6.950, 6.975 with 8 minutes to go. Okay, can't break 6.8. So I would say that 5.5, 5.4 is probably our cutoff for the 6.8 break, okay? Who traded Intel with me? This is a huge trade. This is actually bigger than ES. Well, especially for like end of day. All right, what do you guys think? How many people think that they'll retrace 6.8, retrace by 354, 355? Well, I just kind of like that it held here. Like this was a good structural hold and retracement. MARA had a good hold too. I like that it's back above 1857. How much time is left? 5 minutes? I think it could trigger 35.93, 96. What do you guys think? Hurry before the flip sticks. I don't feel like putting up a poll. These are really pinnable spots here too. So market obviously doesn't really owe us above 6.8, 6.9. It would be generous if it did. Tesla getting some good sticks here into the close. Intel getting good sticks into the close here too. These are pinnable areas, so I wouldn't be surprised if they did, but we still technically have an odd for 5.5 if they want to try breaking this. So far this price action though is extremely pinnable. Because they didn't break beneath 6.2 and they also didn't break above 6.8. That's usually very pinnable type PA. Right. Range reduction stick guys at 5.4. Back beneath 6.2. If they're going to negate this, they'd have to do it almost immediately off the 5.5, 5.6 sticks. Intel getting some structure breaks here into the close. Okay, let me focus on my Intel position. Intel hitting my price targets for anyone that stayed long with me on that one. Had odds of 35.95, 36.01, maybe 36.08. I'd be pretty surprised if it went any higher than that, to be honest with you. ES failing the line here a little bit into the close. Intel 36. 3601 tagging, guys, on Intel. We're hitting max range on this one. We hit max range on Tesla. That's a really good break here. ES kind of just stalling the line. This is very pinnable range above 60, beneath 68, 69. They did reduce range though off that 5.4, 5.5 stick. Intel getting a 3608 break, guys. We're hitting full range here on Intel. Right into the close too. What do we have for time? ES can still retract the line here off 5.8, 5.7. Hence I kind of mark these, but odds are pretty low. We'll have to see what kind of... It's basically just stuck in range. Yeah, I didn't think so, especially when they stalled. I only left 2 contracts of Intel. I didn't really want to hold into the close. Both ES and NQ kind of stalled at 3.4, 3.5, 6.8. So this was pretty obvious that they were going to cap range here. Probably bring this back to the 5.8 mark into the close. Still a really, really good session for us though. MARA was able to retract back by session close, which is good. We'll have to see where they bring this back to. Tesla capped out at max range. Intel capped out at max range. I didn't think it would go above 36 away, so that was a pretty good call on Intel. ES stalled at 676975, which is 88 points off lows.